Well, happy Sunday and happy Easter, everybody. We're keeping a close eye on some storms out in the hill country near Kerrville, Fredericksburg, Gillespie County. Matter of fact, we have a few storm warnings for that area, and everywhere you see in pink right now is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. So anywhere in the pink shades from Medina County, Hondo, San Antonio to Austin, we are under the threat tonight through 6, 7, and 8 p.m. for the potential at a few strong storms. Now, let's take a look at where the activity is at right now. You'll notice where some of the storms are lighting up near Fredericksburg. So if you have family, friends out near Harper, maybe near Kerrville, east of I-10, and near Johnson City, that's where the activity is really heavy right now. Now you'll see a ton of lightning with these cells, really just primarily over Fredericksburg right now. We'll stop the clock and show you sweeping radar right now, and this is just some heavy rain, much needed rain, matter of fact. I mean, a lot of folks saying we need the rain, and yes we do, because it's drought. I mean, we're in extreme drought for most spots in the area, exceptional drought to the south, and around San Antonio, eastern parts of Bandera County, severe drought. So this part of the viewing area certainly needs the rain, and we're going to take it. So here's a lot of lightning. Let me turn off this particular radar and show you sweeping radar. It'll give you a better idea of what kind of looks like right now. And let me turn off the watches and warnings so you can see a better look. So there's Stonewall, there's Johnson City, there's Blanco. Blanco just seeing some light rain, if anything, right now. But the heaviest activity is right over 290, Highway 290 between Stonewall and Fredericksburg. Now, speaking of that last radar loop, that scene just showed you it right over Fredericksburg, but the latest loop on radar showing it moving farther south towards Stonewall at this hour. And these have a southeast movement to them, so they're going to drift in from the north and moving closer to San Antonio by about 5 and 6 o'clock later on tonight. So it is Easter. If you have any plans this evening, if you're in the San Antonio area, this is likely going to drift farther south into the viewing area. And we'll take a look at what future radar has to offer and show you our computer model guidance. But right now, these storms have that southeast movement moving in from the northwest, and they're going to move towards Canyon Lake, towards Kerrville, and towards Bernie in the next half hour. Matter of fact, let me see. These storms are moving at about 25 miles an hour. So let's kind of put a track on them. This is just a cluster of storms, but if I put them to the southeast, around 20 miles an hour, they're going to move towards this area. Antler Stadium around, let's say, 2:54, so in about 10 minutes or so. They're going to ride down I-10 and move towards the south and southeast. So if you're watching from Bernie, likely this activity will make it to you around maybe, let's say, 4 o'clock. So these storms are moving at about 20 miles to the southeast, maybe 25 to 30, depending on which cell. But they are generating a lot of lightning, a lot of activity. And let me see if I can move this right now. Let's just erase that. Let's erase that. Perfect, perfect. And you can see just north of Kerrville, it's knocking on their doorstep. Pretty strong thunderstorm. So that's where the activity is more widespread at this hour in San Antonio. It is clear in Timberwood Park, Helotes. We are quiet, and we're getting our radar scans from all over the place. But the one in New Braunfels is the closest one, and the one right here, just northeast of San Antonio, you can see the scanning loop right there. But it is quiet here in the city, in San Antonio, here at our Kent's 5 studios, but the activity is very widespread and even strong to severe in this part of the viewing area. So from Kerrville to Gillespie County, east of Harper and west of Johnson City. Let's show you where it is severe and where the Weather Service and we are also keeping a close eye on this particular cell. So this is velocity. We keep a close eye on this for any rotation in thunderstorms. Now it looks like right now at this hour, these are just good and heavy downpours moving from Fredericksburg to Johnson City closer to Blanco in the next half hour. But if you notice right here, in the last couple frames east of Fredericksburg, there was some tight rotation, or at least broad rotation, right there, just northeast of Fredericksburg. And this was about 2:30 this afternoon. That was the last frame. So anytime on velocity you get red and green kind of pairing up together, that's when it shows kind of some counterclockwise spinning, some rotation in the thunderstorm cell. But right now, as we go into the current loop, less rotation, so that makes and leads me to believe that as this storm heads near Stonewall, near Johnson City and near Blanco, at this moment in time, it's less severe. It is producing some good rain, a lot of lightning, and even some hail. Matter of fact, Hail Tracker right now, the largest pocket of hail right now is in kind of a rural area between Kendall, Kerr, and Gillespie County. North of I-10 is where the hail core is pretty large right here. So even at that, it's only pea-sized hail in this pocket north of Kerrville. So there's Morris Ranch, there's Ingram, Texas, there's Hunt, Texas, there's Highway 87, and there's Kerrville, right? So this is Hail Tracker. This is one cell in the thunderstorms that we're keeping a close eye on. And there's some more very small pea size, if anything, hail southeast of Fredericksburg heading towards Stonewall. So with the heating of the day, these thunderstorms, they're going to gain height, they're going to gain steam, hot air rises, and with these thunderstorm cells, very strong at times, they'll be capable of strong winds, gusty straight line winds, large hail. Right now it's not large, but the thunderstorm activity is more widespread in Johnson City. And you can see, as I turn this off, let me turn off lightning tracker real quick. That's where the hail core on reflectivity is pretty bright, right? I mean, you can see right here southeast of Harper and north of Kerrville. That's where this pocket of very heavy rain is producing up to pea-sized hail at this hour. In addition to south of Fredericksburg, moving into Stonewall. I mean, you can see the pink color north of Kerrville and compare that cell to these heavier pockets of rainfall. So not as strong. That's why we saw very small hail in these particular cells southeast of Fredericksburg and near Stonewall. But yes, we have a watch in effect. I'm sure a lot of folks are wondering, is this activity going to make it anywhere near San Antonio? And let me show you real quick. Hold on. Let's just sweep things back. And so here's one thing. The Severe Prediction Center, the Storm Prediction Center, has placed us in a 2 out of 5 risk for strong storms tonight. So that's between now and about 8 p.m. Matter of fact, the watch expires at 8 p.m. So San Antonio, pretty much anywhere along I-35, I-10, towards Kerrville, towards Bernie, that yellow shade, which is a very small polygon, very small box, is likely to see storms this evening through the night that will be capable of strong winds, some very small hail, and some isolated rotation. We'll have to keep a close eye on radar. So if you are heading out for Easter plans tonight, if you are hanging out with the family outdoors, I would say after about 4 or 5 o'clock, that's when the storms are going to slowly approach San Antonio, and that's when it's going to really impact areas around Bexar County. Again, most of the activity right now is across the hill country, and you'll see where the storms are really lighting up right now. And these storms moving towards the south, towards the southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So that'll put its trajectory around San Antonio, if they could survive that long, around 5 to 6 p.m. later on tonight. So quite a ways away. I mean, you can kind of see, let's measure the distance between San Antonio downtown and Kerrville. It's about 50 to 55 miles, and they're moving at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So again, 2 to 3 hours if they can maintain their steam, which they think we can because of the hot air rising, the instability in our atmosphere, the dynamics aloft. There's a frontal boundary out to our north. Everything's kind of coming together for a pretty good chance at rain later on tonight. So let's show you, we showed you velocity, we showed you just radar. There is that severe storm watch in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. And here is a model run of what the atmosphere may do in the next couple hours. Now, I'm going to show you 2 different models. This is one opinion on how the atmosphere may react in the next few hours. And right now, it's not doing a good job of initializing, meaning you saw on radar the storms are more widespread at Fredericksburg, Johnson City, Kerrville. So this particular model not doing a good job of handling the storms right now. But with that being said, as we put this forward into about 6 o'clock, here comes that line. Heavier downpours east of San Antonio, but it looks like SA, Bernie, Fair Oaks Ranch, Helotes, Timberwood Park will be clipped by about a few showers, a few isolated storms between 5, 6, and maybe 7 p.m. After that, it moves off to the south, maybe a lingering shower through about 8, 9, and 10, but we are clear by midnight and clear by tomorrow morning. We're in the middle 60s early Monday morning. Now, I mentioned I was going to show you another forecast model because this one not doing a decent job, not doing a good job of initializing where the storms are at right now. So let's show you the HRRR. This is another forecast model. This is the high resolution model, and this is another reliable model in severe weather situations. But look, as I change the model, and let me just make sure I change the name so there's continuity in this. This is the HRRR model. This is also not doing a good job at initializing. You can see it's putting the storms at this hour farther north of Fredericksburg while they're actually southeast of Fredericksburg. But with that being said, it progresses another line of storms towards us between 5, 6, and 7 p.m. And this one goes for some pretty strong activity after about sunset 8 and through 8:30. And just like the last model, it backs off after about 9 and 10, maybe a lingering shower through about the late evening. Otherwise, we are quiet through about Monday morning. But that's another forecast model. Let's see if we have another model. We have the NAM we haven't checked out. Let's see what the NAM is thinking. So we'll go to the NAM forecast model. And from what I'm seeing right now, it is not doing a good job either at initializing on these storms. But with that being said, the NAM model is going for similar conditions. You can see through about 6 p.m., scattered showers through about 6, 7 p.m., and then it backs off after. So the NAM actually goes for a few more lingering showers through midnight. But with that being said, it's not doing a good job initializing. So, I mean, it's not handling the storms well at this hour. So let's backtrack and show you the better model. If any model is doing a good job right now at handling the storms, it's this one, but it's still not doing the best, I mean, a great job. But through about 4, 5, and 6, it pushes a few of those showers and storms in our direction in the next several hours. So, big takeaway, if you are heading out to dinner tonight, if you're hanging out with the family, if you're doing any Easter egg hunts this evening, have a radar app in your hand. If you don't have a radar app, download the Kent's 5 app. If you don't have that, if you have your own, it's completely fine. But keep a close eye on the radar at about, let's say, 4 to 4:30, maybe 5 o'clock, because that's when those storms that are in the hill country right now are going to drift farther south, closer to Bernie, New Braunfels, San Marcos, Seguin, and San Antonio. So if rain does impact the San Antonio metro and around downtown, it'll be after 4 p.m. through about 5, 6, and 7. And after midnight, the activity really backs off. And it's really going to be just a burst of rain. Afterwards, things should gradually clear out. So it'll be about a 3-hour window. We have a pretty good chance at strong showers and maybe a few strong storms moving into the area. So if you're just joining us, let's backtrack and show you radar. So far, just another severe thunderstorm warning in effect that does include just east of Kerrville. And that does include Comfort. So if you're watching from Comfort, that is a severe storm warning. And if you're in Stonewall, Fredericksburg, or at least east of Fredericksburg, that yellow shade, that yellow polygon, that is a severe storm warning. Let's actually superimpose radar on top of this. So let's just save this slide and show you sweeping radar. And I'll put that on, and let's take off the NOWRAD. So the Weather Service has issued a severe storm warning for Comfort. So if you're watching from Comfort, if you have friends or family in Comfort, that's where the storm, this particular cell, is moving towards. So let's take off the watches and warnings. That's a little distracting. And let's look at the cell itself. So it's really sliding by Kerrville. It's heading towards Comfort. So it has that southeast movement. So if you're watching from Comfort, you are in this severe storm warning. You are going to get hit by a lot of rain right now. Based on current reflectivity, there is a pocket of some very heavy torrential rainfall rates just east of Kerrville, just north of I-10. So if you know anybody that's in Comfort, obviously let them know. Heavy rain's coming in the direction. But also, if you have any friends or family, anybody you know that's driving towards Comfort, towards the hill country, or towards Kerrville, that is where this cell is about, if not already going severe, meaning it's capable of straight line winds of 40 to 50, up to 60 miles an hour, and even some hail. Now, we looked at rotation earlier. We had one cell east of Fredericksburg that did bear some watching, but kind of collapsed in, and now it's just some heavy rain. But the cell, as we're keeping a close eye on velocity, in terms of compact rotation and spinning in the cell itself, I mean, there's nothing too impressive. We do have a few pockets of rain on the outer edge of the storm that show some broad rotation. You can see a couple of these red and green colors kind of starting to come together. But as of right now, nothing that is signifying a tornado. However, you can see kind of this red color right here. Let's see if I can put an arrow on this. Hold on. No, I can't. Let me see. No, no, no. No, no, no. Let me see if I can do something. No, I can't do that. So the red, remember on velocity on the different radar spectrums, you can see red moves in this direction away from the radar. Green moves towards the radar inside the thunderstorm itself. So it's obviously raining really hard east of Kerrville and along I-10, but this particular cell has some very broad rotation. So that's why there is a severe storm warning in effect for Comfort for along I-10 and Highway 87. But right now, not too strong. It is producing a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, probably some strong straight line winds, and even some small hail. But in terms of the rotation itself, at this moment in time, it's very broad. But we'll have to watch as it slides down I-10 if it can get more compact and if it can really start to hone in and get more of a tight couplet on radar. But right now, very broad rotation. We'll keep a close eye on it. That's velocity. Let's switch to hail. And in that cell itself, there is a decent hail core just off of Texas 16. So if you're in Kerrville, you're fine. You're probably getting some good rain right now. But north of I-10, just along Texas 16, this hail core is capable of nickel to maybe quarter-size hail. And this is very isolated. This is north of I-10, northeast of Kerrville. And most of it is pea-sized hail, so nothing severe. But inside the very isolated core of the thunderstorm, the updraft, as it drops heavy rain, but also in this one pocket north of I-10 and northeast of Kerrville, that's where it could be capable of producing and dropping some nickel to quarter-size hail. And again, this cell, it includes, the warning includes Comfort, Texas. So if you are watching from Center Point, or maybe in Comfort, anywhere along I-10, any communities along I-10 between Kerrville and Comfort, that's where this cell is moving towards. It's drifting down I-10 towards the southeast. And again, these storms are capable of very strong heavy rainfall rates and some hail as well. So let's turn off the watch and warning. Let's sweep the radar. And let's actually turn off the Houston radar, the Corpus radar, and the Killeen radar. I just want the Del Rio radar and that radar. So it'll give you a better look at what's happening. So Blanco, Johnson City, south of Fredericksburg. This is where the activity is starting to come together and really starting to drift down farther south towards San Antonio. And these storms probably moving about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So if we were to put a tracker between Kerrville and Bernie, let's see if I can do this. This is just kind of a broken line of showers and storms that are capable of severe weather. So, I mean, let's see. Going about, let's do 30 miles an hour. So it would hit Blanco Middle School about 3:08, Comfort about 3:18. So in the next 15 minutes, heads up to anybody that's in Comfort, Texas. That's where the rain and the storm activity is moving towards you. Matter of fact, Comfort is included in a severe storm warning right now. And Blanco Middle School about 3:08, and yeah, between Blanco and Comfort about 3:10 to 3:20. That's where the storms are moving right now. So again, guys, if you are watching from San Antonio, it is dry right now. It is mostly quiet. There's a lot of clouds overhead. And overall, it is dry, but some of this activity is going to drift farther south in the next half hour or so, especially towards Comfort and Blanco. But right now, it is quiet in San Antonio, and we're thinking about 5 to 6 p.m. for San Antonio and areas around the metro. Yeah, and you know, we need the rain. A lot of folks saying we just want the rain. I mean, obviously Easter Sunday, not the most ideal time, but considering we're in drought and how dry the vegetation is and all the fires we've seen over the last month or two, it's, I mean, this is much needed. I mean, this is not going to put a dent in the drought, but it will help. It'll move us in the right direction considering how dry these last few months have been. All right, so we'll keep a close eye on this, and let's see. There is that storm warning out there, so we'll keep this on the radar loop for right now, guys. And Again, San Antonio and every county in these pink shades are included in a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 p.m. tonight. The only warning that's been issued right now at this hour is just southeast of Kerrville for Comfort, Texas, and we'll take off lightning. We'll keep lightning on, turn off the NOWRAD, and then we'll put on sweeping radar. We'll keep this on for right now. Yeah. Just making sure everything works okay. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
It's probably fine, Tom. I mean, he's got the radar up, so it won't hurt if people get there a minute early.
Yeah, I'll start right now. All right, good afternoon, everybody, and happy Easter. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And we do have some rain out there. I just want to make sure my audio is working A-OK. And it does sound like it is working. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so if you're in San Antonio right now, the northwestern portion of Bexar County is included in one severe storm warning that is in effect until 4:30 p.m. tonight. And there's an additional cell just to the west. I mean, not too far from Bandera. Matter of fact, it's moving through Bandera in about half an hour, if not less than that, is moving on its doorstep right now along, let's say, Texas 173 and just west of Texas 16 and just west of I-10. So these are the cells we've been watching out for the last hour. They were moving through Fredericksburg and Johnson City and earlier this afternoon, and now as of 3:45 tonight, Bandera and Bernie are now under the threat of some, of course, very strong straight line winds and heavy rain. But with these cells, with them being severe, there may be some rotation in them. There may be some hail embedded in these cells, and we're going to keep a close eye on that and break that down coming up in just a little bit here on social media, Facebook, YouTube, and all that good stuff. So there is the latest loop. I'll stop the clock and show you where the heavy rain is right now at this hour. Right over Texas 16, northwest of Bandera. This stretches just south of Center Point, and it just pushed through Comfort. Comfort, last half hour, was included in that warning. Now pushing south of Comfort, so the activity is just exiting that area and sliding down I-10 towards Bernie. Now, if you're watching from Bernie, right now some light to moderate rain, but the latest radar loop and reflectivity shows just some green and yellow right in Bernie, and the heavier rain just northwest on I-10 towards Comfort. So again, these have a southeast movement to them, and the darker shades of red, the heavier the rain. If you see any pink or white in some of these reflectivities, that means there is a pocket of hail. But right now it looks like just some good heavy rain, but we'll look at hail tracker in just a bit. But again, if you are watching from Scenic Oaks, if you're watching from Fair Oaks Ranch, Cross Mountain, Timberwood Park, you're kind of on the outer edge of this system as this warning is in effect until 4:45, at least this one at 4:30, and then there's another one in effect until 4:45. So two cells, one moving towards Bernie, one moving towards Bandera. So you have to watch that very closely because they're very tightly close together. So this one moving towards Bernie, toward northwestern San Antonio through about 5:30 and 5:45. But again, yeah, this one moving towards Lake Hills, Medina Lake, and Bandera through about 4:45. So for the next hour, we'll have to keep a close eye on these cells because again, they will be capable of some hail, some rotation, some strong winds, and some, of course, very heavy rainfall rates. Now, because of these fast-moving storms and not much activity behind them, flooding is not going to be an issue. Will you, some areas, see some localized torrential rainfall rates? Probably so, just because of, how heavy these downpours are right now. But aside from some good, much-needed rain and the threat of possibly some small to maybe quarter-size hail and these isolated pockets inside the thunderstorm cells, it looks like rain is going to be the main takeaway from these, and we do need rain, right? I mean, drought is bad. We're in extreme to exceptional drought around San Antonio, but those cells do bear some watching. Now, when we talk about severe weather, the first takeaway and the first thing we keep a close eye on is rotation. Now, you can see on velocity, the yellow boxes, the yellow polygons are indicating and outlining where the storm is likely going to impact in the next hour through 4:30 and 4:45. Now, on velocity itself, what you look for is a tight couplet or a tight area of rotation. Now, we have two colors on velocity. Red is going away from the radar, the winds, and green is going towards the radar. So anytime you see a tightly compacted area of red and green, and a lot of it, that means there may be some weak to moderate rotation in some of these cells in the wall cloud or in the cell itself in the thunderstorm. So right now, nothing too tight in the one northwest of Bernie, but there is some indication, at least some very weak rotation, but I mean, you can see the green right here. Let's just put it right there. So the green is going towards the radar. This red is going away from the radar. So about northwest of Bernie, some very weak rotation. We'll keep tabs on this, but no tornado warning has been issued. But it does bear some watching because storms with the heating of the day, with this kind of instability, and the lift out north. We have a frontal boundary just stalled out north of San Antonio. And some upper level support and the heating of the day, it's all going to give us a pretty good combo at some severe weather in the next couple hours. So we'll have to watch these cells very closely. But right now, no tornado warning has been issued yet, but there is some very weak rotation right now. Just some heavy rain northwest of Bernie and moving towards Bandera as well. So let's take a look at hail tracker. So these, okay, so when we talk about severe weather as well, we talk about rotation. We also talk about the potential for quarter-size hail or larger. So in addition to heavy rain, moving through Comfort, moving through Texas 16 south of Kerrville into Bandera, closer to Lake Hills and Medina County and south of Comfort near Bernie, the hail core in these thunderstorms pretty tall. These updrafts are tall enough to support these hail cores. I mean, you can see with the legend to the left-hand side of the screen from hail tracker and what the radar is telling us right now, in a very rural area northwest of Bandera, this hail core is producing between quarter and golf ball size hail. And again, that's in a very rural part of Bandera and southwest of Center Point. So will this survive on its way towards Bandera? The rain's going to move into Bandera, that's for certain, in the next half hour. But if the hail core does sustain and strengthen, or at least maintain its strength for the next half hour through 4:30, areas and communities around Bandera will have to brace for impact for, of course, heavy rainfall, some strong straight line winds, but also the threat of some quarter to ping pong size hail. Again, that's for Bandera.
Bandera just got a warning,
Mm-hmm.
and NWS says the storm will contain tennis ball sized hail.
There we go. There we go. So we just got a confirmation from the Weather Service of tennis ball size hail that is moving through Bandera. And from what Tom just mentioned and the most up-to-date warning from the Weather Service, this has been followed south and stretched south, and you can see the polygon, that yellow shade that includes Bandera and parts of Medina County, that this thunderstorm, yes, it is moving south and southeast, but also capable of very large hail. Bandera, as of this last frame, and even Bernie, these are two separate cells, but still both capable of the threats we've been talking about, straight line winds and large hail. The largest hail core right now is the one on the left side of your screen, the one that's moving through Bandera. That one is capable of tennis ball size hail. So you can see this warning's in effect until 4:45. If you're watching from Lake Hills or anywhere near Medina Lake, this storm is moving in your direction. Will this storm impact Bernie? Yes, but let's backtrack and show you hail tracker once again. We'll keep a close eye on velocity too. So very weak rotation in the cell near Bernie. We'll keep a close eye on that. Some stronger but still disorganized rotation, but you can see just north of west of Bandera, there is no tornado warning, but you can kind of see and pick out the weak shades of red right here moving away from the radar, and the brighter shades of green that are moving a little bit more faster in terms of the wind speed and the outflows from these thunderstorms and the spinning. That's moving a little bit faster. So maybe 30 to 40, maybe 50 miles an hour on the western side of Texas 16. So some weak rotation northwest of Bandera. Main concerns for this cell is not rotation as of yet, but more so hail size and hail cores. So you can see those two cells you saw, one moving towards Bernie, some heavy rain moving in that direction down I-10, in addition to a stronger hail core just northwest of Bandera, and you can see the radar is lighting up. I mean, this is quarter to ping pong to tennis ball size hail. And again, this is kind of in a rural area. This is north of Texas 16, the road right there, and that's west and northwest of Bandera. And that is the latest on the hail tracker. Is there going to be some hail around Bernie? There is a good chance of that. But this hail core compared to that hail core between, let's say, is that 15 miles? About 15 miles or so. That hail core to the west is a lot stronger, and the updraft is a lot taller and stronger than the one that's moving towards Bernie. So let's erase that. Again, these storms are moving to the south, And if you're watching from Bernie, maybe Fair Oaks Ranch, there is a good chance at some pea to quarter size hail. However, the core to the west, moving near Bandera in the next half hour through 4:30, that one's capable of ping pong to golf ball to maybe tennis ball size hail. And that is from the Weather Service, and this is what we're seeing on Hail Tracker as well. So we'll backtrack and show you radar, and then we'll actually show you future cast and show you what the models are going for as well. But with the help of daytime heat, plenty of humidity in place, the scene and stage is set for a few of these storms to drift farther southeast into Bexar County. If this were to happen, likely around 4:45 to 5:45. So if you have Easter plans, if you're going out tonight, if you are doing an egg hunt in the backyard, and if you're in Helotes, if you're around the metro, if you're on 1604, 281, I-10, this storm, the one in the east near Bernie, is going to move in our direction through about 4:30 and 5 p.m. tonight. So keep a close eye on radar. We'll be on here for the next couple hours until about 5:30, and that's when we go live on KENS 5. But that is the latest of the Weather Service and from radar right now. So we'll actually stop the clock. This is where, as of 3:55 this afternoon, the rain is just coming down hard right now in Bandera and Bernie right now. So that's where the rain is pretty heavy at this hour. All right, so we'll keep it on this. And as I look forward, and we can kind of see. So this is what the radar looks right now, right? So when we look in the next frame, in the next slide, at these forecast models, take them with a grain of salt, first and foremost. But number two, just remember the placement of these storms, because depending on where these forecast models put these storms on their first frame will tell us if these models are handling the storms well or even good at all. So remember where the storms are at, right over Bandera, just northwest of Lake Hills, moving through Bernie. That those two warnings are in effect until 4:45 and 4:30. The one that's moving near San Antonio and near Helotes is in effect until 4:30. But if you're watching from Helotes, Hollywood Park, Timberwood Park, that's where that storm is moving closer to right now. So let me actually put this on full screen, and let me upload something real quick, and we'll take a look at the forecast models in about a couple minutes. So just bear with me, guys, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody, we're continuing to keep a close eye on the rain and the storms moving through Bandera, Texas 16, parts of Kendall County, Kerr County, and kind of on the outer edge of Medina County. Well, matter of fact, that warning is included in the northeastern half of that county and also includes northwestern portions of Bexar County. So rain, storms, although it'll be brief, moving through the next hour through about 4:45 and 5:45. Depending on where you're at and where you're watching from San Antonio. But if you're watching from Bernie, it is coming down hard. You can see as we zoom in southern portions of Kendall County, really some strong and heavy rain out there. In terms of hail, and that cell may be about pea size, but with the latest hail tracker, the western half of this cell, or at least the different group of storms in the different cell to the west, this is where it's producing some very large hail. Now, earlier, some of the reflectivities and what radar was saying, probably around 355, 358, it was saying just northwest of Bandera, this was capable of about tennis ball size hail. And it was. I mean, we were seeing the exact same thing on our radar. Now, as it is moving closer to Bandera and towards Lake Hills and towards Medina Lake, it is still producing some large hail. But with that being said, it is producing more of a quarter to ping pong size hail. And maybe in an isolated pocket, you can see some of that purple maybe right here, just off the road, just west of Bandera. That could be an isolated pocket of golf ball, maybe tennis ball size hail. But this main core that is west and far removed from San Antonio, but moving through Bandera in the next 10 to 15 minutes, if not sooner than that, this will be capable of some damaging hail. And in this pocket that's blue and dark blue, that's larger than quarter size hail, and that's considered severe, and that can do damage on property, on roofs, on cars, vehicles, anything that you have outdoors. So in Bandera itself, heavy rain, some pea-size hail, but notice at that last frame, as of 4:07, this cell and this storm is drifting farther southeast and towards San Antonio and towards Bexar County, but more so this threat at this hour as of 4 and 4:15 p.m. or so, the cell is out near Bandera and moving through and closer to Pipe Creek. So this is the cell that does bear some watching. And again, there are two different cells out there. This is one, this is the western cell. And as we backtrack, and this is velocity, rotation doesn't look too impressive, very broad rotation, more so just heavy rainfall. Now, the reason being the Weather Service has issued a severe storm warning for portions of Medina County, Bandera, Bexar County, and Kendall counties because of the hail core, especially out near Bandera. I mean, Bandera is just getting soaked right now. You can see the red and darker maroon colors of reflectivity on radar. That is heavy, that is heavy, severe rain right there. Not flood provoking, but our ground can handle it just because of how dry it's been the last several months. So our ground can take it. Flooding is not an issue, but brief, heavy rainfall rates plus small to maybe quarter to ping pong size hail in the core of this, especially west of Bandera, that is the main threat. Now, the one that's going to impact Bernie, or impacting Bernie right now, and then Scenic Oaks, and then towards northwestern San Antonio, that's this cell right here. So you can see with the two boxes, those two yellow shades that are outlining two different cells. This one's moving towards San Antonio, and then this one's moving towards Medina County, Medina Lake, and the western half of San Antonio. So if you're watching from Fair Oaks Ranch, if you're watching from Helotes, Hollywood Park, Timberwood Park, this cell is going to impact your area through about 4:30 and 5 o'clock tonight. So in the next hour, hour and a half or so. But this cell near Bandera, if it maintains its strength, and it could certainly do so, that's going to impact Medina Lake and Lake Hills through about 4:45. And then if it maintains its strength, moving through western half of Bexar County, the tip of that, probably around 5 to 5:30. So it depends on which cell and where you're watching from. But it looks like the one that's going to impact San Antonio first is this cell, the one that's less impressive. At this hour, it's just some really good heavy rainfall, the one that is moving towards San Antonio. So let's erase those, and that one too. And then let's zoom in. So the rain is really heavy near Bernie. I mean, this is I-10. That's, Blanco, and it's hard to read those roads, but that's where the rain is heaviest right now in Bernie, right? It lightens up towards Scenic Oaks and Fair Oaks Ranch, but now Fair Oaks Ranch getting in on some heavy rain. But keep in mind, the warning crosses over south and southeast into Bexar County and is going to move towards San Antonio again through about 4:45, 5 p.m. tonight. And with enough instability and heating today, these storms can sustain their strength, and wouldn't be surprised if we see some heavy rain, especially on the northern half of San Antonio, in the next hour or less. Probably less, because about 4:30, 4:45 is when this warning expires, and if it maintains its strength, it could be reissued for central portions and eastern portions of San Antonio. But again, two storms that are offering up heavy rainfall. The stronger of the two is in the western half towards Bandera, which is they're getting soaked right now, and this one is capable of some large hail. Now, in terms of rotation, we've kept a close eye on this very broad rotation in these cells, which is good. We don't want to see that. But for hail, different story. So the one out near Bernie, not producing any hail at this point and at this moment of time. As of 4:11 p.m., just some heavy rain out near Bernie. But the thunderstorm updraft west of Bandera and pretty much right over Bandera and northwest of Lake Hills is producing up to about ping pong to quarter size hail at this hour. In Bandera right now, it's pea to nickel size hail, but west of Bandera along Texas 16, that's up to about quarter to ping pong size hail in that isolated pocket. So that is where the thunderstorm is the strongest right now. But again, the one over Bernie, it is not producing any rotation. It's not producing any hail. The one over Bernie is where it's heaviest right now.
You need to just do a cut in.
Yeah, probably.
Monica's asking. Okay.
Yeah. So let me leave this on a loop, guys. And right now, again, heaviest rain over in Bandera, moderate to heavy rain over Bernie, and the most severe threat right now is hail, and it's specifically over Bandera and west, far removed from San Antonio. All right, we're back here on Facebook Live, just giving you additional updates on some of the severe weather that's moving through a part of our viewing area. Now, you can see it's dry in San Antonio, but the northwestern half of San Antonio near Helotes and near, man, it's between UTSA and SeaWorld, they're seeing some light to moderate rain at this hour. A smidge of light shower activity moving towards Schertz and Timberwood Park, but nothing severe around the downtown and northern side of San Antonio area. Now, there is a severe storm warning, so there is a cell that does bear watching that is moving closer to Castroville and Hondo through about 5:30 tonight. So this yellow box you're seeing, that yellow polygon, that yellow shade, is the severe storm warning itself and where it's heading in the next half hour. So it is moving through Medina Lake as we speak. It is providing a lot of heavy rain, which is perfect because Medina Lake needs it, in addition to our entire viewing area needs rain. But let's put lightning tracker and see how much lightning's on here. So you can see a pretty good amount of lightning in this last frame. So a pretty strong thunderstorm that is probably really tall in height because it is producing some hail. Let's see, let's slice it open. This storm cell is right here. And if I zoom out, the storm is up to about 40 in a small pocket up to 50,000 feet. So that's the updraft right there on the western side of that storm. So that's capable of producing some pretty good hail. Now, before we get to the hail, we want to talk about rotation because, when severe weather hits, we keep a close eye on the velocity. And remember, the green colors are going towards the radar, and the reds are going away from the radar. So that means there is some weak rotation in the cell. But compared to the last few minutes, it's looking like it's kind of weakening. Now, there is still some red and green there, so that's something we'll keep a close eye on. But right now, the shades of red and green on the velocity itself is indicative of less wind speed. Although, yes, some couplet action and some weak rotation, the strength of the outflow and the winds from this thunderstorm have decreased slightly. So with that being said, there is no tornado warning. There is just the severe storm warning, and that is for Castroville. That is for Medina Lake, Lake Hills, south of Bandera, and Hondo. So if you're in this yellow box, if you have any friends or family in this yellow polygon right now, that is where the rain is going to hit the hardest through about 5:30. With that being said, also, there is a watch in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. But right now, the activity is most widespread west of San Antonio, moving through Bandera and, again, through this part of the area. Let's zoom in San Antonio, Leon Valley, near Petrenko Road maybe, and near Culebra, Bandera, Helotes. That's where they're seeing some light to moderate to maybe pockets of heavy rain on the western fringe of Bexar County. That's where the rain is the heaviest right now. But the heaviest pocket of rain is right over Medina Lake, south of Lake Hills, and that's where the cell is moving through at this point in time. So 4:49 p.m. tonight, this afternoon, I should say. So it is moving and drifting farther south. You can see on that last frame, and again, this yellow box, if you're in any of this area from Castroville to Hondo to anywhere along Interstate Highway 90, not Interstate, Highway 90 in Texas 173, this is where it's going to rain pretty hard through about 5:30, and some of the hail may impact a few communities to the south of Lake Hills. Now, let's actually go to the hail and show you right here. So, just to put it in perspective, let's rewind this back through about, let's say, back to 3:45 this afternoon. So the timestamp is in the upper right-hand corner, 3:44, 3:40. Let's go back to 45 right there, 3:46. This hail core, it was taking advantage of the heat and the humidity of the day, but now as this storm has drifted farther south, it maintained that hail core. But now as it approaches Medina Lake, this is good news, this hail core, the updraft, it's slightly weakening as of 4:45, 4:50 tonight. So is there some hail out there? Yes, it's out near Lake Hills and Medina Lake. Will it maintain its strength near Castroville? There's a chance that Castroville and Hondo potentially could see some pea-sized hail. But from what I'm seeing right now, this one hail core that's out there is not moving towards San Antonio. It is not. It's moving towards Castroville. Last frame as of 4:50, pea to nickel-sized hail just south of the southern tip of Medina Lake. So if you're watching from Castroville, this cell is moving towards you. Less so towards Hondo. Hondo, you'll probably see some good rainfall through about 5:30. But if this cell drifts farther south and again maintains its strength, it looks like that cell could be producing up to pea to nickel-sized hail, maybe quarter-sized hail. And that's why the Weather Service has issued another warning, but specifically for that area, and that's west of San Antonio. So it does include the communities west of 410. So this is Highway 90. Somerset's over there, and then let's see. So this is 1604. Is that Petrenko Road? I can't see. That's not. So you got, is that so that's Wise. So here's Culebra. That's the moderate rain. That is Wiseman. So not too far from Brennan High School and Northwest Vista, and pretty much just west of SeaWorld. And then over here is Military Drive. So that's West Creek area. SeaWorld is just to the east right there. That's some light rain over there. And here's Petrenko Road. So Petrenko Road and towards like the other end of Petrenko Road, towards those communities like Redbird Ranch, towards anywhere behind West Creek, that's where some of the storm will clip. And you can see that is kind of heading in that direction. So if you're watching from the western portion of San Antonio between, let's say, Culebra Road and Somerset, this storm will be right near you. Again, the core of this storm is heading towards Castroville, but the fact that this storm is just kind of really wide in its size, and as it moves towards Castroville, that's where the core, if any hail, will move towards, and it looks like just some good, much-needed rain for western half of San Antonio. So we'll keep this on the loop. We'll keep it right on the radar right there. As of right now, as of 4:53 p.m., no tornado warnings. Some pea to nickel-sized hail in the core of this cell that's moving towards Castroville. Some moderate to heavy rain on the west side of San Antonio. And only one severe storm warning, and that expires at 5:30. Again, if this continues farther south and still strengthens and stays strong, we may see another warning issued for Lytle, for Somerset, for Devine through about 6, maybe 6:30 p.m. So we'll have to just keep tabs on this cell. But right now, heaviest rainfall is over Medina Lake, Lake Hills, just southeast of Bandera. Bernie just seeing some light rain and cloud cover right now, and some light rain between Helotes, Leon Valley, Timberwood Park, and near Culebra Road, 151, and near SeaWorld. So again, one severe storm warning in effect for Castroville and Hondo through 5:30 tonight, and then there is no tornado warnings right now. We'll keep a close eye on everything, but right now we'll keep it on the radar loop as of right now. We'll be on live on Kent's 5 at 5:30 as of the after the PGA Golf, but we'll have the latest on that here on Kent's 5. But for right now, we'll keep the radar here on our loop on social media. So if you need any questions, let me know. Feel free to shoot me a message on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I'll be happy to answer your questions there. Let me check Facebook right now. Hold on. But again, yeah, just one severe storm warning right now, and that does include Castroville. So if you're watching from Castroville, if you have friends in Hondo or anywhere along Highway 90, I should say, that's where the rain is going to be the heaviest through about 5:30 p.m. tonight. Just some light rain around San Antonio, some moderate to heavy rain west of Helotes between UTSA and about Culebra Road. You can see that one pocket on the west-northwest side of San Antonio right there. So again, that's between Helotes, Bandera, Culebra. There's Chavano Park to the east side of your screen. And again, this is just some light to moderate to maybe some embedded heavy rainfall towards Medina Lake. So, and that's the cell that's moving towards Castroville. Let's get on Facebook real quick. So, good, there we go. Yeah, we need rain. Yeah, we have some rain. I mean, you know, although it's, you know, kind of moving towards the west of San Antonio, at least we're getting something right. And with the latest drought report, it's been bad. It's extreme to exceptional in a big portion of San Antonio. Petrenko 1604, will it be severe? It doesn't look like it. So if you're watching from Petrenko and 1604, it looks like it's just going to be some light to moderate rain. If anything will turn severe, it will be closer to Hondo, towards 90, towards the eastern half of Medina County, just south of Medina Lake. So that's where, if anything were to be severe, any hail, any straight line winds up to 60 miles an hour, to any rotation, that's where the cell, this one will be capable of severe weather. But in terms of around Petrenko, around Helotes, around downtown San Antonio, Lackland Air Force Base, anywhere in Bexar County, it looks like most of this will just be light to moderate rain with the heaviest west of San Antonio. Perfect, perfect. All right, we'll just leave it on this, guys, for right now. But right now, it's just some moderate showers for San Antonio and a heavier thunderstorm west from Medina Lake towards Castroville. And right now, the severe thunderstorm warning expires at 5:30 this evening. So if any heavy rain, severe weather is going to impact any communities, it's along 90 west of San Antonio and towards Hondo and Castroville.